Are we ready? I know I am. So, whether or not you are, it's time for another episode of the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Hey, my name is Adam. You are the Pixel Pals. I've already said the name of the show, so without further ado, it's time to go. Welcome everyone to the Monday edition of the stream. Today, we're going to be working on more Insignia dev. And yeah, I have had a reasonably busy weekend, not working too much on games over that time, but game-related tasks, which I can't really talk about. So, today, like I said, working on Insignia. We're going to be working specifically on more grey box content, and I've sort of found myself I have like a strengthened resolve that I need to spend more time grey boxing, and also a greater appreciation for how much of a task that's going to be. So I'm kind of feeling my emotional state in suspense over this. I just got to get out, just got to do it, as fast as I can. So maybe this is a matter of just slogging through it. Maybe it's a matter of continuing to work on tools. And I guess I'll just have to feel that out. I don't really have like a clean way of doing it. We've talked about all the reasons why, all the ways we can mitigate the tasks, and we've talked about it ad nauseum. So I kind of just want to get into it and just see how it feels. I want to say a big welcome to everybody who's here in chat right now. Inaudito Studios is first in the chat. Welcome. Big thanks also to anyone who's watching on YouTube, in the VOD. What else can I say? Big thanks to Australand for the most recent follow, and Matt Jaxa for the most recent subscription. Hey, Caribbean Dominoes, thanks for the 10 bits. All right. So, yeah. Working hard. All right. At the moment, I am trying to... I guess the last thing we did was we were looking at Chapter 2, and we were looking at the suitability of using the plunge ability in Chapter 2 as the second ability that you learn in the chapter, and then where the third ability would come into place and how that would all fit. And I think the last thing that I kind of felt was that this ability here is we might need a little bit more space with this one before we need to use it in a story aspect. So I'm faced, I guess, with the idea of like potentially, say, shifting this around, doing something like this instead. Totally possible. And then connecting this to this. Okay, now we have extra space from learning this ability here, going up. Now we have to do some more level, but I almost feel like it's like more than that even. So yeah, I'm there's some stuff here that we need to resolve, and most of that, I really feel is, it's kind of something that you can only really bear out through play. And this is, I guess, why the grey boxing can take so long, is because we're not just doing validation on story beats. We're doing validation on level design as well. And that level design, I mean, maybe we could say that's something that we can solve later and it's no big deal and let's just get on with it. I struggle with that because I think that there are enough story touch points in the level design that, like, for example, this one, that decoupling it's a real challenge. It might be that it can be someone's nightmare job later, hopefully not mine, to do like reshuffling levels. I just know that like the deeper we get with this stuff, let's say you do a really elaborate level design, all the backgrounds and all that stuff. Like the environment backgrounds, for example, are dependent on the level geometry, and the level geometry is dependent on its ability to mesh with the story. So if the story and if where the abilities get learned affects where the levels go and how big they are and what shape they are, then the environment design is also dependent on that. So I have to do this task pretty much now if I don't want to risk it. There you go. So all right, let's just keep going, I guess. Oh, I should mention, happy to chat today or tomorrow morning. Let me just check. Sorry. Oh, we got a raid. Welcome. I've got messages everywhere and we got a new raid. Hey, Fiera, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, everyone. We're doing some grey boxing on new content for my game. How was your stream? What'd you get up to? Nice. I have meetings tomorrow, but I should be able to do it that early. Wait a second. Right, that's fine. Okay. Cool. Hey, Virtue versus Vice. How's progress? Progress is doing okay. It's a real making a game like this is a real spaghetti knot, and it requires like a level of competence in terms of like understanding the flow of the game. That's really hard to have. I find mostly to do with like grappling. Yeah, level design with ability design when you unlock abilities and how that weaves into the story. It's just doing it, three things tying into each other is just super complicated. It probably doesn't have to be that way, but it is that way for me. Maybe it would be better if we didn't have a story, or if you got all the abilities at the start of the chapter. But I think the experience, really, a lot of the tension is based on whether or not you have, it's based on the anticipation of what's coming up. So if I don't have the abilities like sprinkled through the playtime, then the abilities aren't the thing that pulls you along. What is the timescale for the game? No, more like at this rate, I really wanted to hit Q3 2027, but we haven't got funding right now. So from now until we pick up funding, that every month pushes that date further. Q3 is like month 8. Hey, Universal. Welcome. Like 6 to 8 is Q3. Thank you so much for the sub. 95. Yeah, so like right now, it might be something like Jan 2028, you know, even if we get really lucky. No worries. I actually have like a poster that I put together because I'm actually going to a game show this week in the Central Coast of New South Wales called Central Coast Comic Con, and I'll be taking Insignia there. So it's kind of like a very tiny version of PAX. And for it, they asked me to put together a poster. So I actually have a poster for Insignia that exists, that maybe we could put into print. Yeah. So this is like proper A2 size and everything. I think I need a little more contrast in this area here, just a bit more painterly splashes, but other than that, I'm pretty happy with it. Yeah. I'd like to also do another round of merch with like pixel art in it, but that's sort of more coming down the pipeline. All right, so let's keep going on with this task. Now, I think the way that I need to do this is maybe to think about, we've got this. What else can we do with this? I think I need to just do a bunch of like little level blobs. Did I not do them like not that long ago? I thought I had put a bunch of these together very recently. No. Aha! Where is this? Where is it? It's not this area. Wait, oh, maybe. No, I literally did this task like a week ago though. So I know that there is work here that I've done. Where have I put it though? It's chapter 2. But it's not this. I don't think it's this page. Let's keep looking. No. No, it's not here. Is it here? It's not here. It's not here. Oh, is it here? Here it is. Okay. Whew. That's saved me. A little worried there. Okay, so I've done plenty of work on this already. All right. So, yep. Dude, I've actually got like so many level design ideas that I can't, it's like the map and making the map work is like a completely different situation to how much content I could put in the map. It's actually crazy. Like this area here, this could be 5 levels if I wanted it to be. I guess this is where you put in a B-side. And I mean, there literally will be a thing here. So why don't we try that first? Why don't we put together a crucible that is based on this? And we'll call this Crucible Plunge Trial. And then we'll grab this and we'll select the asset, copy this and call it Crucible Plunge. Hey, Caribbean Dominoes. I mean, we could do it right now if you want, before I get too deep. Ooh, this is a fun one. This one we can do. We could put the teleport platform, like way above the crucible, and it'll be a challenge on how to get down to the crucible. I like that. Alrighty. Alrighty. So we have an app on Steam. And it looks like I can just get it straight away. This is a free-to-play app. Oh, it's got a demo. Okay. Demo should be fine, yeah. So could you tell me a little bit about what you want out of this review? So what are the kinds of things that you want feedback on? Is it gameplay? Is it UX? Is it marketability or brand? What are your thoughts? And also, I guess, like, beyond, like, what's the reason for wanting the review? Thanks, Fiera. I think I need to connect a new controller. And we are in. Okay. Oops. So this is wait, is this game like, one sec, pals? Let me try that again. Okay, so we have Gravity's Edge. This is a game submitted by Caribbean Dominoes, and we are going to play the demo as a bit of a review. Can we make this full screen? Is there an option? Doesn't seem like it. Probably marketability. No full screen yet. Okay, I'll keep it on this screen then. Probably marketability. When I take it to shows, it's a hit, but online, getting it to people is going slow, even though I'm positive already. Hey, Booyah. Okay, cool. Well, let's take a look. And I have no previous exposure to this game. I don't know anything about it. My first thoughts are that the UI is a little bit... it looks like a little bit of like anti-aliasing happening, and it's a little bit almost like it's not designed for the menu that it's in. So like the lengths of the texts, their arrangement, like their alignment, like the fonts here, like this feedback is very low in this box. Little things like that make it feel, I guess, more like a project than like something I would necessarily spend money on. Kind of like someone's like first game or something that they've been working on just for a couple of months. What is the time frame for this game in terms of like development timeline and your expectations on, say, how many sales you want? Is this a small project or is this a big one that you're hoping does really well? I like the title, Gravity's Edge, and I think this character design is kind of cool. Heroes of every era will always chase their dreams. Some will abandon their humanity in order to save others. Others will utilize the secrets of their ancestors to save humanity. Few will seek the thrills of valor while maintaining the strong bond to their family. Bit of everything, ran out of time and money. Okay. But is this like, would you say it's like is there a number in terms of like players that you would consider a minimum success that would still make you happy? Like, not a failure. If this many people played it, I'd be happy. What's that number? Is it like in the hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions? $10K. Okay. Look, 10K players is not a small amount of people. And I mean, I don't know how long this game is. Okay, I can... How do I... Oh, okay, I move with the... Okay, hold X to sprint. For me, that's... Okay, that's X, which is my Y on my Nintendo controller. So a few things here. This is like a PlayStation layout. Maybe it's actually the Xbox mapping that Steam does, but right now on my controller, these buttons aren't like super duper accurate. So my X is on the top, whereas this says X is on the right. A, B, yeah, so that would be PlayStation. Okay. Okay. So first thing I would say, like, just with this level, like, this is super busy. There's a lot happening here, but none of it is gameplay related. And then there's a very short distance before there's like another thing moving around on screen. Whereas I think for a game with this level of novelty, like, you're doing something that's very Super Mario Galaxy here. So for someone who hasn't played this game, or a game like this with the sort of gravitational mechanics, I would be inclined to have this first screen be very simple and let the player just play around first. Like, I'm not sure I would even show the ship here like this. Maybe I would show it smaller and further away and like no bridge here, as if it had taken off and now it's like in some other orbit or drifting away or something. Mostly because like things like this thing here, this little thing, I guess that's a tutorial that's showing me. That's interesting. I suppose like on first impression, my I'm a little bit distracted by like things moving up in the top right, this character here, and then this thing here doesn't necessarily seem like it's a mirror of me. Like I don't necessarily recognize that as a mini version of me. Also, like the first thing you're showing me is how to run, but I would think that the first thing that you would want to show me is how to jump. Finally, I think that the zoom out on the left analog stick is very non-standard. I understand that left and right on the D-pad is the way that you have it set up, but I would usually expect the D-pad and the analog stick to either both be the movement options or just the left analog stick be movement and the right and the left D-pad be some other auxiliary thing. Having the left analog stick just zoom in and out of the camera and only momentarily is a little bit I don't know how to put it. It's a little bit, it feels like a primary option, but it's doing a very secondary thing. I also think like there is good stuff here in terms of like I suppose like design considerations or like how the game is expected to be to switch weapons. Flak. I see, that's not as yeah, cool. Yeah, I think like the game rules, right? Like what the, you know, if we were to just strip the whole game back and just think about it as hitboxes, I could see that there's, you know, as a set of rules, the design feels fine, but in terms of like the presentation, for me, this fits very squarely in like web game territory. This reminds me a lot of like a Newgrounds game that I would have played in, say, 2006. So for me, because of the presentation, my expectation is that the game's, say, content might be very light. Maybe there's like half an hour of gameplay here if I really want to stretch it out. But then when you give me the option to like put a stamp on the map, now I feel like this might be a much bigger game. So I'd be very, I mean, this might just be a me thing, like to have this headspace set up. But yeah, I just think the level of like consideration to things like UX, UI, even just like the rendering here, like the little flickering as the camera drifts, and like the low res textures here, like it almost feels like these textures weren't drawn for this resolution, but this is the native resolution for the game. So it's all those little tiny presentation things, you know, even things like the button prompts here, LB, not having an outline or like a backing. So this LB has a transparent internal, so it becomes harder to read depending on what's inside of it. All those little tiny things add up in kind of like this early first impressions phase that makes me think, oh, this probably isn't the kind of game where I should be expected to put a lot of time into it, or, you know, maybe it shouldn't be very expensive when I you know, if I'm interested in buying it. But let's just get on with things and see how it feels. And these things, you know, as I mentioned, they're not part of they're not to do with the design of the world, like the lore or the character design, which is actually kind of cool. Like there's lots of things here that have nothing to do with these things I'm describing. But then I guess there was another conversation around like execution, you know. like this mechanic here, that mechanic was very unclear. There was not a lot of feedback there about what was happening. I kind of followed the thing that kept disappearing until it stopped disappearing. But I would expect some sort of like audio feedback when I collected the first one, or some kind of like ambient noise when I got near the collectible. You know, things like the slowdown, the like choppiness of the camera when the game zooms in on that achievement, it kind of makes it feel like the game is like less optimized, or that there's some sort of like bug that I just created by doing that. So for tens of thousands of players, and not a free game. Let's have a look, actually. I don't remember what the price was on the store page. So this is a $14.50. Yeah, this is like, for me, I would say very high priced for at least the presentation. And it's not to say that the game, again, it's not to say that the game isn't, like the content of the game isn't deep enough, or that there isn't enough value there. But in terms of how it's presenting to me, like even that moment, very ambiguous. Oh, it's not 14, that's the bundle. Okay, let me read it again. Sorry, it just says on the Steam page, it says buy Gravity's Edge introductory offer, $14.50. Down to $11.60. So I'm looking at the base price here, and that's Australian dollars. Yeah. Sorry, I should be clear. Yeah. I mean, like, I'm looking at aspects of this, like some of the environment design, and I like it. Like, it's not bad, but I'm really struggling to how do I put it? I just think that there are a lot of very like tactile surface level presentation things that in 2026 are almost like a barrier for entry for a game that if you want to sell a game for, say, even if it's $10 US, and you want $100,000 worth, or say 10,000 people to play it, some of those very core polished things, yeah, they have to be there out the gate so that you make a really good first impression, so that then all of this content that you've put in there, and the lore, and all of the world building and story that you're trying to share with people, is then, you know, that they have the appetite for that. That first impression is super, super, super important. So, like, for me, even like right now, the camera, I would say, is like not appropriately placed. Like, if I was just to take a screenshot of this, right, your game is, as far as I understand, very like hard coded in terms of the level design and structure. So it should be very easy for you to set up like locations in the game where the camera knows exactly what it should be doing, because, you know, you're in control of what the levels look like. So, you know, this section here, if I'm standing here, hey, so much monsters, how's it going? If I'm standing here and this is my, hang on, I'll make a new layer. If I'm standing here and this is my camera, and you've got this cool planet with this cool environment art that you've drawn up, right? All of this is what's important right now. But the camera is showing me all of the space that I've just come from. So pretty much all of this, as soon as I touch down on this planet, all of this is dead, this content. It's completely worthless to me. I don't need to see it. Unless I would show maybe just this much, just so I can see the next. Like if I really want to go backwards, show me the previous node peeking off the side. But I would be dedicating the camera to showing my attention to what's coming up. So, you know, zoom out, pull the camera out, and show me this. That's what I want to see, not this. Not this. And it's a look ahead thing in video games where if I'm moving to the right, my character should be here, not here. Because this, I'm trying to look ahead, but I've only got like a quarter of the screen ahead of me that I can actually see. Here, again, deprioritizing where I've been, prioritizing what's ahead. So here, because this is the center and we're right of center, it makes me feel like I missed something or I'm supposed to be going that way. So it's honestly, at this point, there would be, you know, maybe like a dozen things like that we could talk about that are at that level of just very surface level things that, I don't know, maybe they're like, oh, see, like just right now, like I've sort of found myself in what looks like a boss fighty kind of zone, right? Where like can siloed into a bit of level. I know I have to read, but there's a level of like game ceremony that I expect. If the game wants me to pay attention, like the camera should show like a little cutscene, or I expect some kind of I expect the game to telegraph what's important. Even if there was an NPC there, even if there was dialogue there. You know, the content is fine. But the presentation of the content, like that, you know, I think there are just like more elegant ways for the game to present itself. That's how I would describe it. Like it's not like the core mechanics, it's not the input and how the input converts to movement. It's not the rules around how far you can jump. It's more about like how it feels to jump. You know, it's like in this context, and this is going to sound maybe a little harsh, but I want to give you like some feedback here. I would ask the question, what would this same jump look like in Mario Galaxy? I think in Mario Galaxy, Mario would be about this tall in this same space. In fact, this jump, I would consider this a very modest jump. Maybe Mario would only need to be, maybe it would be more like this tall, so that this sort of like orbital, you know, gameplay that you've got, so that you could feel it. Right now, if I'm here or like here, this same character standing here, if I jump, it's like I jump and I'm immediately here. Like there's no space for me to enjoy and play with the mechanics that you've created when the planets are this close together. Right, because I'm kind of just there. Like it's not giving me the chance to, yeah. And I don't know what's happening here. That's also like you have to be super careful of that. The fact that like I put the controller down in what I thought was just like a free, like a safe spot, Not that you should be able to expect to, not that you should expect that the player puts the controller down and goes into another app. But I think like, because the way that the game presented itself at first was more like a puzzle game. And I would say like this game, its strongest suit is puzzle. I wouldn't say that the strongest suit is action. And I want to be like, maybe I can pause the game. Yeah, I want to be like really clear about this. This is like a, in my opinion, like a really core kind of game design principle. I've talked about this a lot when I talk about like in Insignia, how big the character is versus their sphere of influence on screen. So how much game can you fit in one screenshot? And a similar issue that I think presents itself here is, let's say in your game, this is a planet and this is your character, right? Right now, the gun that I've been kind of encouraged to use to fight those bats is a gun that shoots straight up and out. Okay? So that's kind of what it looks like when I'm shooting bats that are flying around here, right? They're like, or whatever. In this mode, particularly when these were asteroids, right? When the asteroids were coming in, what I found was that there was a point, if this was the level, this sphere here is actually the sphere where I can meaningfully do something. They have to be outside of that sphere, because any deeper than this, and they're past the point where my gun is going to shoot. So even if I make the right choices, like if I'm on this side and I see this coming in, it's too late, because by the time I get here, this is going to pass this point, and all I can do is body block the meteor instead of shooting it. So there is this, like in this context, what's happening is that the size of the character on screen, which should be relatively gameplay benign, becomes an aspect of like almost like a level design like limitation. So the bigger your character, the more their hitbox is going to impede gameplay or be a consideration in gameplay. And the antidote to this usually is to zoom out. That would be what my recommendation would be for a lot of this stuff. So for me, like, and then again, like the next, I guess, challenge that creates is one of art direction and design. So not to pick on you for too much longer here, but some of these things are cascading and you won't be able to solve them today or, easily. But like this character, right? Even if we're just looking at the screen as you've got it, right? Like this is the game right now. Okay. Really, really important. This is like what your game is presenting to me. There is no full screen right now. So if this is the best view I'm going to get of this character, I'm not super happy about it, because there are aspects of the character design, like these details here, this seam on the jacket, that just get lost in the resolution. The line art it's not adding value, it's just adding noise. And you would have to zoom in, maybe double that, to see all those little details on the character. So thinking about this character, in the context of, in the suggestion where I wanted to say, hey, let's pull the camera out. Well, now you have to also consider that, some of those details are going to be like fully gone. So I would consider like simplifying the character design personally. And, maybe like all of these internal details, even this was too complicated to keep in here. So that you have the, I guess, like design confidence to express to the player that like, this is the way the game is intended to look. This is the way that, so that the art is not a constraint on the gameplay. Right now, I would say like the characters' dimensions and their presentation are constraints on the gameplay, because if you want to change the gameplay to be more like fun, you end up you're having to sacrifice work that's gone into the character design in order to satisfy those gameplay concerns. So, I mean, this is stuff that I guess it feels like this, right? You've got all these different like gameplay values and pillars, right? Things that have to do with the gameplay, the presentation, the controls, the content, the tutorials, all these things, right? And what you want is for these aspects of the game to be additive, right? You want them to build up so that the presentation feels like, the value goes up because the way the character looks ties in well with the game, where the character plays, the story matches the amount of, say, interest that I have, an appetite for story, the game's mechanical diversity comes in at a good pace, it's like an engine firing. If the engine is timed well, then all the cylinders will fire in ways that add to the RPM, right? But if the timing's really bad, then they're going to be conflicting with each other in ways that drag the experience or drag the RPM. So it's a similar thing here where I think the difference between, you mentioned, going to a show, you get a lot of positive feedback, and then on Steam, you're maybe not getting the response that you expect. That's because on Steam, you're in this very competitive environment where people are quickly scanning through Steam, and they're looking very quickly at these screenshots and making a snap decision about whether or not the game is going to kind of, meet any kind of like expectation, or setting expectations that they think it's going to meet. So look, I love a lot of this art. I think that the core art direction is actually really good. I even like the line art. It's very Sable. Like I get what you're going for, and I think that foundationally, the direction is good, but I think that the production of all of these assets, the fact that the production's already kind of done, but the game, I think, in the way that it carries itself, still has a lot to improve. There's like a lot of things that, if this was like your first week in development, I would have feedback about how this plays, about just the core feeling of the physics, and again, like things like camera, the visual feedback, these little particles that are moving around on the screen. A lot of those things are, even just like then, like the voice dialogue not pausing when I pause the game. It also sounds like the game's playing even though I've got it paused. Oh, that's a trailer. Sorry, my B. Sorry. I'm like, what's going on? Cool. Appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, I would say all of those things are kind of having like put the work in the production. Those things which would have been really easy to fix at a foundational level if the game was like much further back are going to be harder to resolve now that the game's kind of like a complete thing. So, I mean, even like this, like you saved 1 minute ago, I think that like the information is right. It's fine. It's the sentiment is right, but the execution just feels a little bit like, it feels like this was drawn first, and now we're trying to cram the text into the frame. And that, the word that I use when I'm doing this with my own work is like design confidence. But I'm not sure there's like an easy, simple way to describe it. It's kind of like putting the interior design into the house, while the foundations are still being decided on, right? So like we've decided on this wallpaper, but we don't know how big the room's going to be. Or maybe this is going to be the bathroom and it shouldn't have wallpaper in it. You know, it's that kind of like cart before the horse thing that comes from not putting, for example, like if this was like a UX design, if we were just like doing UX on this pause menu, the first thing I would do is do a thumbnail sketch or a concept prototype that was just like a wireframe, right? And so I would say, okay, we need like the word paused because that's important. You know, maybe it's important to say like, yeah, we've decided we want it to say how long ago you've saved, like saved 1 min ago. And then what else have we got here? A couple of options, resume quit, sure, resume quit. Okay, so you would approve this first. Then you would think about like the on-screen real estate with the actual fonts that you wanted these to, you know, to consume. Like how big should this be? What should the actual text formatting be? Do we need to handle the case where min or minutes, you know, all of that little like nitty gritty stuff, you would solve that next. And then you would do like a proper mock-up and you would approve that and say, okay, this looks and feels the way it wants to. And then you would develop it in the engine. Like that's how I would do it. Here, it kind of feels like we already had the UI system and we've gone, okay, we've chosen this font. Let's just see what we can fit in the box and it'll fit the way it fits and let's move on. And I think that's like, you could think about this in one of two ways. It's sort of like, it's like, production planning / flow versus like iteration. So you can plan in such a way that you always end up with like really great UI, but it takes longer to get it into the game. Or you can get it into the game and then iterate on it and keep ticking away until you get exactly what you want, right? This one takes a bit longer to get something. And this one might take a bit longer to polish because sometimes you have to undo things in order to make forward progress. So this is like you throw more out doing this, but you take longer to get started with this. So for me, like I'm looking at this as if it's work in progress, because if my feedback's going to mean anything, of course something's going to have to change. So either you look at this as like, hey, this should only be our 50% mark for our first iteration, or you do one more pass over it to make it look better, or we think of it like there were steps that need to happen before we got to this point. Both are valid. I think it's just a workflow strategy thing. But I think if your constraint is like time and resources, then getting more confident in this, I think, is going to help a lot, because it means that the first time, if you only have time to do it once, at least if it takes a little bit longer because you have to do some pre-production work to figure out how things should feel and look, that's better than having to do it twice. So, you know, like for example, the character art, I wouldn't want to do the character art twice, you know, that would hurt me. If I was the artist or the animator, I wouldn't want to do them twice. So I would want for the character design, like the look of the sprite and the dimensions of the sprite, I would want that to be totally locked in before I had to start drawing, you know? And that would have to include, it would have to include like knowing how big the camera was going to be on screen, the character was going to be on camera, and the minimum and maximum sizes that we would expect it to be on the screen. And that knowledge is something that you would have to have prototyped the game at least once or twice. you know, to have some sort of playable prototype, a couple of rounds of it before we start drawing the character for real. I really like the personality in things like the writing. Like I obviously Caribbean Dominoes being your name. Like I respect the, you know, unique character designs and the way they talk. I like it. And even things like this is a nice touch. Like it's not, well, that's kind of cool. It's not that the ideas aren't there. It's just, I think the approach to the execution needs to be one that takes that care and places an equal amount of care at each step of the development and design process. If you can only afford to do it one cycle. Like this thing with the gun, I really like the way that the projectile is affected by the planet's orbit. Maybe later that becomes really relevant. So far, it hasn't been a weapon that I would want to use because it feels a bit like the game hasn't demonstrated to me a scenario where I would need to use it. Another one would be like, for example, the fact that there's ammo. Like I would not expect there to be finite ammo in this game, because it feels like the game is more about solving puzzles than having like rationed my ammo correctly, particularly with the non-standard, like the gravity stuff. I think like having there be a clip limit seems okay, but a magazine limit, like the full amount of ammo that I can hold, that doesn't seem super valuable in this context. You know, maybe I don't want you to spam the button, so maybe you have a bit of a cooldown every time I run out, but a full, like if I can run out, that feels it feels like I'm going to be punished for something over like a really long period of time, right? Like 112 bullets is going to take a long time to run out of, but the time between when I can refresh that ammo, that's what you're forcing me. That's the skill check, is like, can you not spend 112 bullets in 20 minutes? But is that really part of the game loop that you want to test the player on? Because it doesn't feel like that. Like in say Resident Evil, rationing is like critical, and you know, resources are scarce, and so the game provides you with options to fight zombies or to navigate around them without ammo, and then taxes you and punishes you for, you know, overusing it. Whereas here, I feel like it doesn't seem like the ammo is like a major consideration, or like even the gunplay is like a major consideration. So like, again, I feel like all the core elements are here. I even think like the what the game is trying to be is not an invalid thing. Like I think there's totally a fun game in here, but I'm struggling to see. I'm struggling to feel like right now the game's like core, well, the way that it presents itself, it's struggling to make a case for that fun game. Like, if the game is fun, I might not make it deep enough into the game to find that. I also think like right now we've had a lot of like incidental moments in the gameplay, which are kind of interesting. Like you're establishing a lot of like stuff. And I think right now, I'm not yet like, oftentimes that stuff is there to kind of protect. Sorry, I'm going to pause the game and talk a little bit. When you introduce new things, new layers of gameplay, usually that's to kind of refresh the play experience, right? It's to open up new horizons. And usually you do that when just before the current kind of like set of mechanics that the player is focusing on is starting to go dry. Whereas here, I'm starting to feel almost the opposite. I'm feeling a little bit overwhelmed by new things that I'm encountering. And I feel like I don't have enough time to really just like sort of play. Now, I don't know if the priority for this game is puzzle gameplay, action gameplay, or story. I suppose my concern would be that neither would other players. And so that first impression, that first 5-10 minutes, you know, if you look at, say, Mario Galaxy, what the first 5 or 10 minutes look like in that game. Amazing game. The first 10 minutes or the first 5 minutes, it's a lot of just free play, right? There's no consequence. You can't really get it wrong. You're kind of just walking around, jumping around. And then especially like even after this initial cutscene, like the first time you get onto like an orbiting planet, you're just given like one task that's kind of untimed. It just lets you go. Because they're trying to sort of show the player like, here's what the game is. Here's like, you know, it's a first impression. It's an introduction. So it's not going to be, like in this case, it's not going to be, you know, gunplay. It's not going to be turn-based combat. It's going to be just jumping around, catching things and collecting things. And that's what the game mostly is, right? So I think like likewise, establishing like a clear baseline of like, this is what the game is. This is what gameplay looks like. Here's what a loop feels like. It's really, really important to signal those things to the player early. Like, what does one loop of the game feel like? Particularly, and I find this is the case with my game too, the player is looking for, I would say, like, one of the most important things is this, kind of like this, right? Like one gameplay arc where I go from, I'm starting something and I finish something. And how long is that? If you can communicate to the player what that looks like in the context of your game, I think, and it might not help with like sales out the gate. That's a lot of marketing stuff. But in terms of like reviews and impressions, this is really, really important. Is this a 15-minute period? Is this a 20-minute period? Is it 5 minutes? Is it 1 minute? How long does it take me to do something in this game? Right now, I mean, if I can remember how to get to the map. Okay. So, I mean, I see. So this is like, this map is like, to scale in terms of like each of these planets are the physical platforms. It's not like an overworld map so much as it is like a level map. So I don't know how big this is, but if it's got this like Metroidvania style, you know, world map where I can place beacons, and I don't have like an objective, like a go here, do this. There is like a level of anxiety that might get created for me as the player, where I don't know what's coming up next. I don't know how long it's going to take. I don't know where my objective is. And I don't know if what I've been doing for the past 2 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, is that halfway between the next big moment of the game? Is it, am I just getting started? Like that ambiguity, it can feel sometimes like being trapped by the game. It's like, I've started playing and every 10 minutes, 15 minutes, I need for my mental context to be able to reset. Like, okay, I've done that. I can forget about that. And now I can take on new information. So the chunking of gameplay here is like, it's super, super important. And if you're trying to create like an adventure, that's one of the most important things. This wouldn't be the case if you're making like a level-based platformer like Celeste. It wouldn't be the case if you're making like a roguelike card game, because the sessions are very clear. They're like rounds. Whereas this being open-ended, you're going to have to do a lot more sort of orchestration of the experience than you would otherwise have to. So like, for example, is this a hub where I am right now? When I landed, it went, I flashed green. Maybe my health got regenerated. It feels like there's not danger here. Like it's passive. So like maybe this is supposed to be like a hub. But I would expect, if that's the case in this space, for the game to shift to signal that. So I would expect the music to change. I would expect the camera to change maybe. I would expect, dialogue, good, yes, like NPCs, maybe like a merchant, that kind of thing, right? I would expect there to be some sort of like clear signal from the game that I am somewhere, even a name. If you give this place a name that's on the screen while I'm here, that helps as well. It's about signaling. So you've got Hollow Peak. I can see that it's called that, but I can't see that here. And when I landed here for the first time, it didn't feel particularly significant, right? The gameplay here to here to here, it's, I might as well, oh man, do I have to do this every time? That's tough. I'd expect this to happen once in the whole playthrough. Maybe once a session, but not so frequently. The camera did a zoom, yeah, but I think like a lot of this feedback that I'm giving, it's like maybe the camera sort of like did a zoom once. I noticed like you have this thing where sometimes if you land on a planet, the camera will zoom into the planet and there'll be some dialogue here, but sometimes it's not about, that game design is like a conversation, right? There's you, the designer, talking to the player, and then there's the player receiving that signal and saying like, yeah, I did that thing. If the player isn't able to appreciate it, the intent isn't, it's good to have intent, but the execution has to be there for it to convert to value to the player. So like in this case, I need more signaling, right? Like it needs to be significant. Maybe even like the difference between like in like Insignia, I would go into like a completely different, like the scene would fade to black if I walk into like a town, and then I would fade back in, and then I would be in a space that's like completely separate. Like maybe you would have like a section where the character is like just standing around and the NPCs are just like, here, like an interior section, for example, on the space station or the planet. That would be like enough for my brain to register, I've made it somewhere that's valuable. The camera starts at the top of the peak and goes down. Let's just reapproach this, right? So I'm playing the game. Okay. As far as I know, I'm just playing, right? I make it here. Right now, am I at the peak? Am I there yet? The level design shows me that I'm at least right next to it, and I can see half of it, but I'm not on it yet. So I get to it, nothing's happened. Yeah, but this is like, I don't think it's enough. Like the player experience, they're not going to be here just once, right? They're going to come back through here a number of times. I would even consider like on the map, like some of this is about, it's really about punctuation. So, you know, even the idea of like, I get to a new destination and then the map, the game goes, hey, you made it to here. You're on the planet. We fade to black, fade in onto the map, and I show, here's the new map you just landed on. Here's where you've been. New place unlocked. It's Hollow Peak. Again, you might not have the resources to go to that length, but I still think even something like changing the music and providing like on-screen Hollow Peak and keeping the camera pulled out the whole time I'm here, or like doing like a specific like camera move every time I enter the space, so that like the bounds, the separation between like you've got this place, this is Hollow Peak, right? And here's a space station or whatever. Every time I enter this box, I want to see the name, Hollow Peak, up here or there. I want to see the camera like pull out to like signify that I'm there. It's mostly about giving me a mental breather that like, okay, I've landed somewhere important. And otherwise, what happens is all of this world map will bleed into each other, right? Everything will just be level. It'll just be circles, which is what it feels a bit like right now. So actually, I would say you're in a place at the moment where I would consider the play experience, right? We've got like Mario here. We've got Zelda here. Right, this is like action platformer. This is adventure. And you've got some systems that put you squarely in this space, and you've got some systems that put you squarely in this space. And the action adventure obviously does all of this, but there are other things that you would expect in an action adventure. A lot of the trappings that I'm describing, the storytelling, production stuff, that honestly, it might be more effort than it's worth to try to fill those gaps. All of the presentation and the music and the, camera control and partitioning spaces and creating quests and all of that stuff that drives the player from point A in your map to point B with intention, or to point C or D. And maybe some of this stuff, if we simplified it back and we pushed some of these things over into this space, you would have a more complete product easily, more easily. Like it would take less energy to move more towards just platformer, like puzzle platformer, than to fill the space of action adventure. That's not to say that you can't have a world map but consider the difference between like Mario Brothers 3's world map and Zelda's world map. Like in Mario 3, it's I'm here, I'm here, I'm here, I'm here, and I'm just going A, B, C, D. And the reason why you would do something like this is because in the game design, you've got nuggets of content that fit together, right? This is like all of these little, a new enemy type, a new physics thing, a new gun, all fit into this package that I've designed that's fun, and I'm just going to call that level 1. And then here's another lump of new things that I can introduce, or maybe include some old things with some slight variation, and that's going to be called level 2. I mean, structuring it this way certainly puts less responsibility on you to have to do all of this kind of like storytelling, production, presentation stuff that honestly, I when I see this, I find it a little bit intimidating. And it's hard to use this to gain information about where I'm going and what I should be doing next as a map. I can understand that it is a representative map of the game world. I can understand that. But I guess what I'm lacking right now is I don't have a great understanding of what's expected of me. It feels like a space where I can do things, but I'm not really sure what my mission is. And some of that is me, obviously not reading the text very carefully, but some of it is also mood. Some of it's environment design. So, if I'm here, the whole time I've been playing the game, it's been super chill, right? There's no like motivation in the music forcing me to go to a specific spot, or there's no like narrative threat. There's nothing in the story that's saying you have to quickly go here before something happens. We don't have like characters that we care about yet who are in danger or anything like that right now. So it's hard for me, at least right now, to feel like motivated to explore this world, to explore to a specific point in the world, which means instead it kind of feels a bit more open. Okay, this moment here, what you just did, that's what I'm talking about when it comes to introducing a new place. But when you do that, I would like physically siphon off, like fully section off this part of the world as its own little pocket. But it's more than that. Like if I leave this place, I'm no longer, that distinction is gone. So the distinction between overworld and location, right now, it's incidental and it only happens once per playthrough, but it should be spatial, not temporal. Like it's not something that should happen once to introduce the place. It should be there. I guess what I'm saying is it should be there as a way to give the player a break in the space. Yeah. But even like the background, like the background is just stars, right? But this could almost feel like, imagine you touch down on a planet that the whole atmosphere is different, right? Like, is this like a swampy, like what does it feel like to be on this planet? I think that's missing right now. The distinction between spaces. Contrast is so important in an adventure because that's how our memory gets created, right? When you walk into a house, you're somewhere different. You're not outside, but just under a roof. You're inside. And the psychology of being inside, walking through that threshold of the door, puts you in a different space. usually because there's a different function in the space or a different feeling, safety. Those things are really important in an adventure, because the drive in a game that's not fully linear for the player to go from A to B to C or whatever it's a lot of it should be almost implicit. Like you're telegraphing to the player, you should feel safe here, or here is where you go when you need to talk to this NPC, right? Those are things that are, you can say them, you can explicitly say on screen, talk to NPC when you want to go here, or you do it with world narrative, which is what I'm trying to communicate here. So the feeling of being here should feel differently than the feeling of being, here. Right? I'm in the world now. But is that inconsistent? Sometimes I feel like I jump. Yeah, okay, maybe it is consistent. Yeah, crossing that threshold should feel different to me. Especially, I think music is a big part of it. And I think like walked all in your spacesuit. I love the like, what do you call that kind of language? The patois? Yeah, I would also consider like some of this should also be functional. Like, why does this place exist? Is this an intersection where the player is being shown or taken to like a different, like beyond this point, there's a whole aspect of game design or like level, like section of the game experience that's like different from the experience that you're at right now? Is this the door into a new threshold? And that's why we have this like almost like a pit stop, like a gas station? Or is there something that it is a gas station, or is there something here that you can do that's separate from the overworld? I think answering those questions to me is going to lead you to making the design choices that will make this product more valuable. Every time you answer that question more confidently, the game will feel better. Like, what am I supposed to be doing? Why should I care about this place? How is this different from where I just come from? How should I feel? How should this make me feel? Or how do I intuitively know that this is where I go to do that? All of those like directional questions, even like, what is this game about? Just like on the face of it, answering those questions confidently and tuning the experience to make the contrast stronger, I think will make the game a lot better. Like this planet here that I'm standing on, it has a hazard on it, right? And there's some hazards here. But it's not really like the gameplay, like why are there hazards on those but not on this one? Right? Like it's not like I've just come through a really challenging section. It kind of feels like a bit, safe spaces and challenging spaces right now don't feel separate. It feels like I'm sort of just moving through the world, and sometimes there are hazards and sometimes there aren't. I have a gun, but like, do I need to shoot it? I don't know. It's got that kind of, does it work does this help me? Oh, okay. I hurt me. Like, you would want for me to be excited about interacting with all these things. But right now, the contrast in gameplay it needs to be stronger. Like, force me to interact with these things. If they're hard, and they're supposed to be hard, or there's something interesting that if there's an interesting set of design decisions you've made about some part of your game that make you think that players would enjoy interacting with it, then you should, when at the point where the player interacts with it for the first time, they should understand that this is a point I should be excited about interacting with. It doesn't mean they should be happy about it. It could be like an enemy that's really difficult. And if it's an optional area, it doesn't have to be an enemy that they have to engage with. But, obstacles in a game like this usually are there to signal future player power. So like if I'm here, let's say it's a video game where I learn basic, I learn like all of the controls, all of the player powers, you unlock them. So like you don't even have a jump at the start. Okay. If you put a spiky thing here and I don't have a jump, this is like, if I know that I can't cross it and it hurts me, it's like, man, I wish I had a jump ability. Then I walk this way. Eventually I get the ability to jump. Now I think, now I can jump over this thing. There's like a conversation there. There's like a value thing where this thing signaled to me in some subconscious way. It's there to resist me, but it's also there to show me where I can how I can change or grow as a character. So like these things here, what is it that they teach me or test me on? If it's just because, that's okay. Like it's not bad for these to exist, but I would have almost like, I would think about it like this. Okay, here's my map. I start here. This section of the map is dedicated to teaching me how to move. Right? This section of the map is dedicated to teaching me how to use the gun. So here is the first place I go to. Here's the second place. This place is dedicated to teaching me about how to use orbital mechanics. So jumping in ways that get me from A to B, even though the vertical jump is not going to get me there or whatever. Right? There are like clusters of player knowledge or ability that you want to frame the experience in so that the player feels, one, a sense of structure, right? Oh, okay, this is platforming, sectioning. I'm learning about platforming. And then I feel good once I've exited the area because I've done the thing or I've learned the thing. Two, it lets them become familiar with the formal ways in which your gameplay elements can have value on their own and then together. So maybe you would have a section like here where, okay, now there's areas where jumping and platforming, jumping and shooting get tested together. Maybe there's an enemy that you have to jump over. They do like a big lap around the planet or something. They go, zhoo, and you have to jump so that you don't get, your knees cut off. And then they hover for a bit above where you stand. They sit up here. So now you can run under them and shoot them. Or maybe there's a gun that shoots downwards or something. And so you have to jump and shoot down or something, and that being here would be it would be like, okay, this is place 4 where I get tested on skill 1 and 2. Now that's not to say that you can't then have stuff that's just a simple jumping challenge outside of this space. You can have one that's just a jump here or just a jump there or just a jump there. But I think I'm just right now, like this kind of design, I'm almost like a little bit like it's not even the core value structure of like what a platformer is, what action gameplay is not being, that chord is not being struck right now. Like, in Super Mario Brothers, there's like, a jump and it's like, well, you're either going to fall in and die or you're going to jump over, and there's tension there. Whereas like here, there's not enough tension for me to feel threat. I don't feel like I'm like at risk. So I guess my point here is more to do with, whoa, that's crazy. My point here is more to do with the ratio, I guess, of like content to story. And some of that, I think, to me, might have to do with, and you're probably going to hate me for saying this, but the fact that right now, all of the level space is circles. Every level is just this. In something like Mario Galaxy, instead, they'll do something like this. Right? It's chunked more. So it's like this is like a level that you can jump around on, play. There's like a minute or two of gameplay here. And then there might be a little couple of like bits that you skip hop between. And then there's like a whole separate experience that's very starkly different from this or this or this. It's like, it's its own, little solar system. So for me, I think here, it's just sort of hard for me, it's almost like right now, the flow of tension, it's almost impossible to tell a story in this space. I want the hero's journey of like, starts a little bit easy, there's something difficult in the way, then I learn a little bit about how it works, then I get really tested on it, and then the tension ratchets up and I almost die trying to get through this part, and then I succeed and I move on. That drama is very difficult to orchestrate if all of this space, if this is as hard as this is as hard as this, or if the difficulty is just randomly placed. Like, if I can just make a point, I'm going to go back to the beginning. Like just then, right? I just sort of like took the hit and just moved on. Like I didn't have to think about it very hard about the enemy or what they do. Like this enemy here, he's only a threat if I was really not paying attention. I can ignore him. There's another one here. I don't really know if I need to, do I even need to fight these bats? No, I just keep moving. Okay, yep, I'm just moving along. Like there's no real, I almost don't have to be good at the game. I'm not even on screen right now. It's that lack of tension that I think, it's not just that it makes the game, easier than it should be, but it also makes it hard for you to tell a story through the game. That felt unfair. I felt like I wasn't touching him then. It makes it hard for you to make me curious about the game, right? Because the distinction between the spaces is not clear enough for my attention to be tuned. I think that a lot of game design is about tuning players' attention. It's just about sort of making them think about specific things at specific times and signaling to them when they should be thinking about those things. Am I in a platforming moment? Am I in a story moment? So my criticism here is that I don't know what moment, there's not enough spikes here for this to be a threat moment. It's sort of just like it sort of just is there, Okay. I don't know how far I got into this demo, but I think I've said a lot. Probably a little bit skewed towards this action adventure conversation, maybe because I'm making one. And I don't know to what extent that's like a major consideration for you. As far as like, just to sort of zoom out a little bit while I wrap this up, I'm just going to close this. And can I ask, does everyone in chat feel like what I'm saying makes sense? Is this clicking, or am I not cooking? I'm going to watch the trailer while we talk about this. And can I just say really quickly, watching the trailer, there actually does seem to be like this little moment here. This is cool, right? Oh, there's a planet, and sometimes it's burning hot, sometimes it's not. Like that's an action platforming mechanic, and that's interesting. Maybe like it's possible that the parts that I'm being hypercritical of are just at the beginning of the game, and all of that is supposed to feel like a tutorial. It's still super important, just in a different way, to consider how your game is communicating, because I wasn't sure that I was in a tutorial, right? When I'm saying, like, looking at this map that I was just looking at, I don't know that map is 1% of the game, or 10% of the game, or 20%, or 100%. So if this game's got like hours and hours of gameplay that are way beyond what I was experiencing in that first 20 minutes, 5 minutes, which I mean, yeah, it looks like there's stuff going on here. I think it's really important to, again, like, put the player in a space with music, with graphics, with on-screen text or dialogue, whatever it is, that frames the scenario as we're in a context that's more casual, or we're in a context that's more tense, or that kind of thing.
In Gravity's Edge, you're on an adventure to find your father and follow in his footsteps. Interesting characters will have a lot to say, since castlers are the elite of this future. Defend yourself on various roads. Don't get taken out by asteroids.
Because there's cool, like I said, there's really cool stuff here. I really like the world design, like the aesthetic.
Whether to find your father or to save the galaxy, the choice is yours, with 7 different endings.
Even like just then, 7 different endings. To me, it's really critical that the game expresses in how you play it what it's about. So is player choice a valuable part of what makes this game important? Like, is the thing that makes me care about keeping the controller in my hands choice? Or is it the playful element of fun? Is it puzzle? Is it story? What is the thing that's important to me? If you look at things through that lens, I think it becomes, again, super clear and super easy to look at individual systems and say, is this helping on the mission that the game has to attract the player into playing this specific way or for this specific reason. So how, like, what would it take, you know, for the story to be, for the options in the story to be the thing that drives the play experience? It's probably not. Like, if I'm guessing, I imagine the options are not like the reason to play the game. Also, can I ask why is it that this seems to be like a 1080p screenshot, but the game doesn't have full screen? Why is that? It almost looks like at 1080p there's no weird aliasing. Like, I was looking at a game that was scaled down from its native. Because if the game looked like this, with this level of like clarity, I would have fewer issues with the way that the graphics looked. Like, the character design elements are much clearer here because there are enough pixels. What is the problem with that? I would have thought that like full screen gameplay was... I wouldn't have launched without full screen mode. I think the game presents noticeably differently. So, I mean, like, zooming out a little bit, I think all of this feedback, it doesn't, like, I wouldn't necessarily take it on and try to, I mean, depending on how you feel about the game and whether or not you want to put that time into making changes like that, you know, maybe it's more of a things to think about for the sequel. But that would be my first thought. Those are my thoughts. As someone who just picked it up, contouring the player's attention span with more contrast in the experience is the biggest thing that I would focus on. You know, how do you shape my attention to care about the things you want me to care about in the moment, and to not just to care about things you want me to care about, but to see where you've put the energy. That's really the goal, right? You've put it's like you're putting it down and you want me to pick it up. And so for everything, where was our little dialogue? I lost it. Maybe I didn't keep it. Yeah, here it is. You know, for every message that you're sending, you want me to be taking it on and sending it back. But if you're doing, you know, story choices, you're doing action adventure mechanics with the world map, got these markers, these features, all these different enemies, zones, places, and I'm only catching like a third of this because I just don't get why this is important. That's effort that you put in that I'm not enjoying. And that's not a problem that only beginner game devs have. That's like every game has that problem or that challenge of how do you communicate to the player what to care about? Right. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that's huge. That's huge. If story mode isn't the main mode, that's a lot. That's a lot. Was the other mode arcade mode? I didn't see that. I don't remember what it was called. Survival. Yeah, I mean, that's interesting. Wait, but you need a second one for co-op. So this is more... We've got stamina. I'm imagining I'm getting like... There's going to be like waves of enemies attacking. Is that kind of what it is? Right. Enemy waves. Defend. Yeah, I still think there's a lot that could be done. I think a lot of... Well, all of the action and adventure stuff obviously isn't super applicable right now. Okay, now I understand why we have this gun. If enemies are chasing me, yeah, that makes a lot more sense. Well, see, like, then I would even consider, like, taking it away. And even the ammo, now I understand why there's ammo. That makes way more sense. Yeah, okay. I see. I see. Dude, this is like a whole different game. The tension is in a completely different spot when you have it set up like this. It's like everything I just said is not disregard, but like it means a different thing if the game is like a survival game. Yeah. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, but I would still, I mean, the fact that you had story at the top and the way that like you market the game in the trailer, I wouldn't have understood any of this stuff to be part of like a survival mode. To me, this was all, it felt like the story mode was the main mode. So I would, again, just consider if story mode is going to be on top. And for most people, story mode is considered like the main thing. Most people think like the place where all the energy is, you know, is going to be in the story, but maybe that's not the case for like a shooter. I think you should, to the extent that you have story mode being as important as it is, I would consider all of the design decisions around the UI, the resources, how the resources work. I would consider that as whether it should change for that story experience. Not permanently across the game. You could have different constraints in different modes, but for the story mode, what needs to change in terms of the core mechanics to fit the tempo and the energy that you're going for, right? How should it feel in the story mode differently to how it should feel in survival mode? All right. I hope I didn't dwell on like a very small part. I hope I got a good coverage of the core aspects of the game. I felt like maybe I fixated a little bit on parts that I don't know if those are bits that you can change or are valuable for you to hear about. But that is my take. I know I spent a lot of time. I hope everybody enjoyed listening. Okay. Cool. Hey, Bren Cooks. Thank you so much. Oh, I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thanks for taking the time to listen, everybody. And I recognize that my opinion means a lot to you. So to the extent that it does, I hope I lead you in the right direction, rather than being, rather than like getting tripped up on my words and leading you astray. It was made in Jai. Oh, really? That was made in Jonathan Blow's language. Interesting. Yeah, I was wondering what the constraints were. Cool. That's really impressive that you made that from scratch. If that was made in something like Unity, I think the expectations for it to be more polished might have been higher, but the fact that you wrote that all from scratch is pretty impressive. In a year, that's actually really, really good stuff. The challenge, the hard part is that for us as developers, impressive work doesn't always translate to, viable market product. And we always have to strive to find where are the parts that we can put effort into to get us over that line where players look at it and take it seriously as soon as possible, right? That's the part that I always struggle with. And I'm a terrible example for this stuff because I've taken 9 years to figure out half of that and I'm still struggling. Like I'm constantly trying to figure out like what is the shape my project needs to be in to be considered a thing that players take seriously as a game that they want to play. Do you guys ever have that feeling of like, you play like a game that your friend made in a university degree as a school project, or you play someone's prototype, or you go to a convention and you play a game, and there's a part of your brain that says this isn't like a real game. It's like it's cool, but it's like got this much to go before it's like a real game. In my mind, that's always been, that line is super duper clear of like, this is a real game, and this is like on its way to being a real game, or like a work in progress thing, or just like something that I wouldn't spend money on this, but I'd play it maybe, or I'd only play it if I was friends with the person to be nice or something like that. And the threshold of like where real game is, it's probably gone up over the years, but it's something that it feels real to me. It feels like there's this, it's very like this articulated thing that as a developer, it's hard to maintain a good relationship with that line on your own project. Like for me, I'm like, that's why you play test. But as a player, it feels like the loudest signal straight away. It's like, oh, this is a game that I would actually put money on. This is a game I would play. Or, this isn't really for me. Usually it's within the first minute. So that, I think as players, we get it. As developers, it's really hard to maintain a relationship with it because you put yourself into it. So of course you have to be aware of how much work you've done, how hard it was to do all those things. You could be impressed by the fact that it even works at all. Like I am, whenever I make something and it works at all, I'm like, oh, amazing. And that relationship is completely separate to someone who like gets the controller in their hand for the first time and then they have to just like play it. Like whenever I get my wife to play my game, it's like such a rude awakening because all she does is play games. She doesn't make them. So when I put this in her hand, she it's like she's just playing Pocopia. She walks in here and now she's playing my game. And it's like, does my game stand up to Pocopia and Fortnite and whatever else she was just playing on the Switch too? And if the answer is like not even close, then like all she can be is nice. You know, she go, oh, that's cool, that's neat, but that's not the same as like I would pay actual money to sit down and play this for like multiple hours, you know. Yeah, well, it is a high bar. But I think that, like, let's be real, like we're getting into a time in the market landscape where people have less money to spend on games, and there are a lot of free-to-play games. So as indies, we have to be really blunt with ourselves about what it is that we're expecting from the market and how that should guide what we choose to spend our time on. You know, like for me with Insignia, I'm doing this week. Like yesterday, I'm sitting here and I'm thinking, what do I have to do to get this to be marketable? And it's not, what do I have to do to make this be the coolest game possible? Because the coolest game possible might be so expensive for me to make and so unwieldy that it never releases, or releases at a point so far into the future that I can't tell whether people will even want to play this kind of game anymore or resonate with it or whatever. So like, where is the nearest point of release that actually makes sense for me, where my expectations and players' expectations are pretty close together? And it's the same with the fighting game that I started working on. It's like, you know, if you're trying to fit your game into a round hole and it's a square peg, you know, part of it is, or like, maybe that's not a good example. It's almost like a restaurant thing. Like you can make a living with like a virtual restaurant on Uber Eats if you just cook out of your own kitchen. No one can like sit down and like come to the restaurant, but you can do orders out of the restaurant. And the kind of food that you can sell in that kind of restaurant is mostly fried food because it survives the travel time well. Fresh ingredients are hard to maintain if you don't have people coming in through the door. So it's like, if you can't set up a, you know, brick and mortar restaurant, then the kinds of foods you have to make have to fit into the kind of restaurant that you can make. It's a similar thing with games. It's like, for me, it's like my passion is to make action adventure, but how difficult is it to make action adventure without a studio of people behind me? It might be really hard. It is really hard. You know, I want to tell a story that's 15 hours long, over 5 chapters. Do I have enough gameplay innovation to drive the player experience to be that long? Maybe there's only enough gameplay in here to be 10 hours long. So do you compromise the story to make it smaller so that it fits nicely with the amount of gameplay you have? It's a question of, and I've drawn this diagram a couple times, but it's always good to show it to you. It's this. These are all of the parts of your game that they're all different, right? It's like, this is like your interest in adventure and telling stories. This is your interest in like animation and animating characters, making platform mechanics. You know, there's all these like overlapping things that when you start working on a game, you think, oh, these make a game. But they might not fit together in a way that makes a game, in a way that's marketable. They might not fit together at all. Maybe it's like you make a fighting game and you want to tell a full-on, you know, Don Quixote story inside of it. Well, it might not be enough. Don Quixote is too big of a story to fit in a fighting game, so the circles don't overlap at all. So you have to find a way for this to become this, right? There's this kind of like hazy thing that's blurry and has all these different weird edges, and you need to make it focused and aligned on like a set of experiences that all complement each other, that harmonize and resonate and go bum, 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 so that when you put out a trailer for it, or you talk about it, you pitch it, you put a demo together, that it sings, what it is and why you should care about it. Hard to do. Super hard. And generally it's easier to make something smaller because there are fewer things that can go wrong, more overlap between the things that work. It's hard to just make a thing that's original, For channel points, yeah, I'd be happy to review anyone's game. Hey, Zazuno TV. Just started to learn the basics in Python. I just got the basics after the 100 hours, and I don't know how to start. I'm more anxious about continuing than I was before. Saravati says, this is my whole theory and why I'm going through the struggle of a linear narrative JRPG. Unless you can beat out a AAA infinite play game like Minecraft or Fortnite or League, if you make a story game, it doesn't have to beat a AAA comp. Just supplement it to make players want more. I think it's like this. To me, today, this is how I think about it. All you want to do is make a splash. That's it. You just need to make enough noise for the people who are in the time of their life to be interested in your game, to find it. That's it. That's all game. And the only degree to which you should care about the market is are there people who might like to play my game at the point in their life where they are right now? And can I reach those people with the game that I'm making? That's literally it. So making sure that it's for someone is important, and making sure that those people can find you. If you satisfy those two things, I think the rest of it is just about making a good game and making it quality, and that's it. And I think like resonance in gameplay is defined as that thing that I was talking about before. It's the, are you picking up what I'm putting down? That is resonance. So if you design a character, is it a character that people like? Is it a character that they identify with? Or is it a character that is annoying and grates on them? If you design a villain, is it a villain that they hate? Or is it a villain that they're indifferent about? If you put in a level, is it a level that they enjoyed playing? Or is it a level that they found boring and a slog? And all of that comes down to whether or not you're able to create an experience that feels cohesive so that it's for the people that you want it to be for, and that they get it and have the space to feel something about it the way that you want them to. People want to like games. Every game that anyone plays, they want to like it. It's just about like giving them no reasons not to like it. No, it's not about that. It's about giving them reasons to like it too. But, it's almost like... if you present someone with this, this is what you show them. This is the start of the game. It's that. And then the next really cool thing you have in your game is over here. They're going to get upset and confused about the fact that what you gave them was this. It's promises kept on expectations set. That's what a good game is. If you can promise me something that I like and deliver, we're good. But if you promise me something that's not interesting, I'm not interested. And if you promise me something that is interesting and you can't make good on the promise, then I'm going to review it negatively. Hey, shooter man. Breath of the Wild starts itself off like an indie game. This, ding, there you go. That's the game. That's it. Go there. Go forward. Fight the bad guy. That's an indie game. That's Journey. Even better. Boom. There you go. That's your objective. Go do it. Being able to be that confident with the player. Well, Elden Ring's different. Elden Ring isn't go here. Oh man, I could talk about this all day. There's a difference between here's a mountain, go climb it, and here's a carnival, go do whatever you want in it. Right? Elden Ring is just go, but Journey is go here. Those are different kinds of experiences. This is like, well, if it's a linear game, this is like a gauntlet, right? This is like, can you get where you're going? Whereas this is exploration. This is go wherever you want and make your own fun. Not that Elden Ring doesn't do this every so often. Elden Ring does do that, but there's sort of like those are different promises being made. One promise is it's going to be a hell of a ride getting here. And the other one is, aren't you curious about what's around every corner? Aren't you curious about what might be over here or over there? And as a player, your expectations are super different. This is, if you see a hill, what do you expect? You expect resistance, right? You expect boulders. If you see an open space, a world, you expect to be able to go and dig, or not dig, but discover, right? It's like you're expecting chests. You're expecting secrets. You're expecting hidden monsters, and not so much that, like, the promise is different, right? Like, I'm being shown a lot of space, and somewhere in that space is value. That's search. This is, I'm being shown a goal, and along the way I'm going to have something. I'm shown success. Along the way I'm going to be faced with failure. Those are very, like, I would say almost like orthogonal game feelings, and genres play into those feelings very intentionally. That's like the whole thing, you know? it's such a fascinating, I love the subject. Because the really important thing here is that you can be signaling one, but actually thinking that you're signaling the other. When I had that problem last year with Insignia, and literally putting a map on the screen and putting a marker on the map swapped the experience from just go and figure something out to go here. That's a very subtle, a very small thing that made a very big difference in how the game teaches you to think as you play. So, hey Red White. Not just related to gaming, your consistency of work ethic is absolutely inspiring / mind-blowing to me. Thank you so much. I'm not sure if you've talked about this before, but I'd love to hear how you managed to just make steady progress on such a massive project for years. How do you stay consistent with long hours, motivated and through boring ruts, etc.? How does your brain work like this? I'll be honest with you, like, this is procrastination right now. Like, I'm not working right now. I'm chatting. So some people might criticize me for that. But at the same time, look, I would say for me, making this game has been something that I always had, like, here I am, here's the game that's finished. I could see this, the finished game in my brain, the story, within the first 3 weeks of working on this game. I knew what I wanted it to feel like. I knew what I wanted the last boss fight to look like. I knew what I wanted the story to be, the twists. Me and my brother sat in my bedroom and we just like spitballed, and we had a story within like an hour that we loved. And the first year, I felt like I got this far. You know, I felt like I made, and I set a goal. I was like, I'm going to make a demo of chapter 1 in year 1. And I did. But what kept happening was the progress kept getting compressed. So it's like I made this progress, and then by year 2, my year 1 progress had been compacted down into something that was about half of what I thought it was. And then I was like, I made another really good stride the next year. And then the second year, the third year, that progress got compressed. So every year, I make this like really good step forward towards like a finished game. And then every year, those steps get compressed down. And I think to myself, oh, well, it's only going to take me one more year. But honestly, like, the thing is, every step that I've worked on, this journey every year to me has been memorable, educational, exciting, like, meaningful. It's felt like progress. Like, it's not ever been like, oh my gosh, I've been here forever. Now it kind of feels a little bit like that. But like, even right now, I'm scared of forward. I'm comfortable here in chapter 1. Even chapter 2, I'm kind of like, yeah, I've been doing this for a while. Chapters 3, 4, and 5, there's a lot of design that has to be done soon. That I need to, there's like a lot of new thoughts that have to be in, that my head has to occupy. A lot of new spaces for me to fill my brain into. And that's like, I'm not bored. I'm intimidated by how much new stuff there is. So honestly, I think I just like being here and doing this. And I don't see everything I do I don't see this as like a thing that I have to slog through to get to here. It's like, I feel, I'll be real with you guys. I feel sad that I haven't done enough ability design on this game. I feel like I'm leaving so many ideas on the table because there's just not enough space or time for me to explore the ideas. Like I've cut so much from this game just because if I wanted to, I would spend 5 years just mucking around with mechanics. Like I could easily do that. Like, and level like layouts. I could spend like 10 years on level layouts. I wouldn't want to, but like the cognitive material is there. Like there's enough like stuff that I could like experiment and play and test and retest and compare and analyze and modify and sharpen. And there's so much still that I'm having to learn the skill of saying, this is good enough, and for the purpose that I need it to serve, it's not worth polishing any further. I actually have to move on because it doesn't matter. I mean, it will matter, but like a lot of this stuff is like diminishing returns. So like, you know, your first iteration, you get like this far, and your second iteration, you get like this far, and the third iteration, you get this far, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth. So like, if you get at least 3 goes at something, you've probably reached about as good as the thing's gonna get. But I find new things to design, new aspects of the design that I didn't even realize were part of the game I was making. Like, if I can be really, really, really clear, and I won't spend too much longer on this. We'll go into focus mode the last half of the stream. I promise I'll just knuckle down and work. But I just want to like show you just I'll just show you like where the game was in 2017. So like, this is what the game looked like in 2017. And this was like the first level. And you could just run through it. And it was linear. And there weren't any level sections. There weren't scenes. It was just one scene. And you just sort of did all the things until you sort of just moving left to right. It's pretty much linear. And then by the time you get to the next story beat, you're at the next story beat. That's it. There's no, like, this is the end of the chapter. It's 15 minutes. So, as a game, it's tiny. It's the same story, but it's like, it's minuscule by comparison. You just go left to right. There's no backtracking. There's no anything. And what I noticed was that, like we were talking about promises kept and met, there's something here where you want, let's say you want all of your poles to be the same size, right? So one of the poles is like pixel art world. Another pole is like action combat. Another one is like charming story. And I was noticing something that like the amount of combat gameplay for the amount of time and energy that I was putting into it was too small. And the world was, it's like I make all these places, but there's not enough, there's no reason to go experience the places. So that's getting like underutilized. It's all getting underutilized. Like, why would I put all this time into all these places if you have no reason to go back through them? That can't be right. And then like, And if you have no reason to go back to them, why would you care about what happens in these places? Like, well, okay, well, there's so much more space here to fill with character and life and gameplay. And then if you're going to be investing all this time experiencing the story, don't you want the game to resist you so that you have to fight and have a reason to engage with the mechanics? So it was this constant thing of like, well, if this production value is going to go up to here, well, then obviously this has to keep up. But, well, this has to keep up too. And it was only until I reached where I am now where I felt like, okay, I have my pistons well timed on this engine. The scary thing is, like, I genuinely think that, like, this, for example, this is the like gameplay section of chapter 1. This could be 3 times bigger. Easy. It's not, and it's never going to be, and I think I'm happy with where it is. But in terms of like the design, the game design, right now there's more story than gameplay. The story is overproportioned in chapter 2 versus the gameplay. So my goal, the thing that I'm trying to solve right now is like the balance needs to be really easy to do. I've never even heard of Iridia. What is Iridia? Did they, maybe they used my palette. I did not work on this game. I did not produce any of these assets. So I'm not sure why my name's in the credits. Could be my font. Yes, that's my font. There you go. Yeah, that's my font. That's Orenstead. There you go. I did contribute to this game. I wrote that. That's my font. Okay. You're welcome, Iridians. All right. So, yeah, I think it's just kudos, Saravati. Yeah, I think it's just like a matter of setting and keeping expectations. All right, I'm going to take a quick break. And when I come back, we're going to be really, really productive. Okay? Be right back. Alrighty. Okay, chat. Time to get busy. Close you. Close you. Okay, so this is a level where we have a lot of, we have to use the plunge ability multiple times to get through the level. And in terms of plunge ability level interactions, there are a couple things that we have. We have, where is our interactable level elements? So we have the idea of buttons. We have the idea of destructible objects. We have the idea of wind. So what I'm going to do is think about a space where we have to use, I think I just need to like puzzle this one out a little bit. What I want to do is think about something with the minimum amount of backtracking involved. So I want to start you off with a puzzle that is, you know, you might be standing here, you're walking forward, and there's like a wind tunnel that pushes you upwards, right? And then there's like a platform. So this goes like this. And the platform is up here. So the wind is going to take you up. If you don't have any ability, you're still going to go up. And then you can go over to the right. Maybe I'll put a little chest up here as well, just to like give you something to aim for if you want to go back the other way. Then I am going to give you a okay, this could be very different then. I just had an idea. Maybe we take all of this and we put it down here. And the final, you know, tunnel where the crucible is here. So then let's take these walls off for a second. They're just in the way. So you go up this ledge. This is going to be down right at the bottom. So you go up this ledge and there needs to be something destructible. Okay, so there is a, let's say, an enemy. You have to drop down and go somewhere unsafe that you can't climb back up from. We're going to have our first enemy here. And then now that's interesting. Normally I would put the enemy straight up, but I guess this way we have to put the enemy second, so that's okay. And I need you to commit up this without going back down. So we could actually force you, no, as soon as you have the ability, you can go down. So that's fine. Let's just do it this way. Okay, so enemy here. And then we have maybe something we can climb up, but it doesn't really matter. We could even just have like a wall here we break. I would put it somewhere off to the side, so maybe it's here. So you fight up here, and then there's a little wall like that, and then breakable floor here. So you fight him, you go down here. Maybe Oh yeah. A wind tunnel. So there's like another here, and then like one more. And maybe we put some level here. Maybe some level here. Could even put the breakable wall here and keep this No, that needs to be like that. Okay. And then here we've got like a fan blowing up. So that once we unlock this, the fan blows us all the way to the top. And then we have this path / platform here. This becomes a wall. And then from here, you can go off this way and then use the ability to go down into the final chamber, which was at the start. I love it. Cool. And we could put maybe, you know, another enemy here just to keep it interesting. And then maybe like one more. We could put like a... I'd love to mix and match some of this stuff. So like, you know, we could put a hedgehog here. It could be like, almost like, don't like trying to do this, but no, that's not going to work. But you could put we could put a hedgehog like here, and then maybe like but if you can fly up this, then you can go up there. Unless... No, I don't want to overload it. I'm just going to look for those opportunities when I'm doing the level design. So I think this is great as it is. There's plenty here. I just need like... I think that's fine. I do hidden areas, yeah. Okay. So not too far off what we've already got. So we're going to start somewhere like... Oh. Somewhere like this. We're going to put a tunnel here, and it's 2 tunnels. We're going to put level here. We're going to put a platform here. And then another one like... Unity tile map editor sucks. That's why. It's not very good. doesn't allow you to do this level of sophistication. Like what I'm doing now would be impossible in Unity. No. It does not support auto mapping this way. It supports a very limited version that's not equivalent. It's not even the same kind of thing. So the major difference is in tiled, you define shapes and it finds and replaces the shapes. And those shapes can be as complex as you want them to be. You can say, put this bridge opening wherever you see this T intersection, right? So that's infinitely complex. You can, as complex as you want to make the rules, tiled can replace it with the shapes, right? You could do it as deep as you want. Unity does this. Unity says, here is your tile. Is there something here? Is there something here? Is there something in every direction? And that's it. And it doesn't, you can't say, I want something to happen when I have tile Y here. It's not tile Y. It's either there is a tile or there is no tile. So it's just proximity. You can't be specific about what you expect to be next to it. So like if you wanted to say, hey, I have like water tiles, and whenever I have water tiles meeting up with geometry tiles, I want to do a beach. And then I want to do grass. You can't do that in Unity. It just knows the difference between, I guess, like you could do no tile equals water tile and then grass. You might be able to get away with this. And it's fine if your game is just air and then dirt, and you just want to do shapes of terrain inside the dirt, just like that, where you have like one layer of like floor and one layer of wall and one layer of ceiling. If that's all you need, it's fine. Lots of games do this. Lots of games just have like complete emptiness and then one layer of like seams. Right? My game Arrowbound does that. But that's like the most basic thing you could do. Like anything above that, you can't do it with Unity. Unless you go through this like very convoluted thing where they call like special rule tiles. It's not like, I don't like it. I don't think special rule tiles even have the same capability. It's basically you're coding it yourself at that point. And then like, why bother using their system if you're just gonna have to write it yourself? There's also a thing called Level Designer's Toolkit, I think, which, as far as I understand, is at least as powerful as tiled. So if you want to try that, I mean, you can let me know how it goes. No, that actually becomes an object in Unity, yeah. Yeah, it's a real thing. See this? That's the ledge object. And if I click it, there it is there. It's a collider with the tag. So if I run the game, it's a real ledge. Now, I fear that I may need to design a mechanic that fundamentally changes how the game works to do something cool here. And I don't know if I should do it. I don't want to do it. The idea of like, well, I do have it. It already exists. I have the idea of a zone. It's already in the game. It's a zone that strips an ensign from you. So, this level here has one, I think. Yeah. So you use this to get up here, and then you can use this ability here, but if I have this one, it disappears as I enter the zone. So I can't cross into this space with this ability. It just takes it from me. And I would have some sort of visual cue, obviously. I wouldn't just do that. I'd have like some sort of like, I don't know, electric pole or something like that that had the ensign symbol on it. It forces you to do things like that, like to have like single leap of faith kind of moments. And then I could have things that like, I could have switches that turn off the fields, turn it into like a proper puzzle. And I was thinking here, like once I put an enemy in this space right now, you just have the ability. So the answer to all the puzzles is use the ability over and over again. And I was thinking, well, maybe I can have something in the space that strips the ability from you so that you have to be thinking about when you use it. But because I wanted you to, I have some ideas here about some like breakable terrain that you smash through, like smash through something here, smash through something here, and then smash this, and then that frees a wind turbine that pushes the air up. But I don't know yet. Now you're thinking with ensigns, exactly. That's crazy. 4 years, huh? So, this now goes into this space. No, that's not what I wanted. That's what I wanted. And that will go right here. You're 16. That's pretty impressive. Very impressive. Hey, not easy for everybody. Not everyone knows how to code. Do you have like a father who's an engineer, or like how do you know how to code? Okay. Okay. Hey, Hagerman Hour, welcome. Thanks for the raid. So he goes there, another one goes here. I do want to put another one in here somewhere. 2 enemies is not enough, but I can't afford to put one this side of the level. So maybe I'll have to just put like a something. Maybe a gecko. But you won't be able to use that ability, so maybe something simpler. It doesn't matter. I'll figure something out. So you come over here, you go whoop, get lifted up by this. There are zone cameras here that are annoying. So that needs to be like that. This can just go away for now. This can go away. This can go away. This can go away. Try that again. Okay. Cool. Get some stuff, go down here, and then that opens this up, which sends you up to here. You can fight one more enemy or two, and then ta-da! Maybe what I'll do is put I'm thinking like put something behind a destructible block that is optional. Maybe even at the start. Not there. Deactivate the wind once you're at the anvil in case the player jumps again. I mean, you can jump again, but maybe I should deactivate it. Like if you do it and you jump, you don't lose the power. You can use it again. But yeah, I should deactivate it. Or I should otherwise just move this to like here instead. Maybe we could put something here. I think it's kind of compressed as it is. I don't really want it to be any bigger than this. This is a huge level for what it is. Maybe what we do is we put this here. We do this here. Put a destructible block there, and then this can be a single fall through area. Yeah, I think this is it. So you see the chest, but you actually need to break a thing. But first, you also need to cross this gap, which will require you to beat a hedgehog. Maybe even from somewhere else. Cool. Okay, so you come up here. That's no good. That's too high now. And actually, I mean, I feel like I'd prefer to have this like that, and then simplify this out like that. Yep. When's the game released? When it's finished. So now we definitely can't do that. We can easily do this. That's perfect. And then this guy, he shouldn't be doing that. It should be like this. And then his patrol. Range should be much narrower. There should be a blue hedgehog. Okay. Okay, and then you can do this, this, this. Oh! And then you'll do that to break one more destructible block, and then you drop down back to the start. And then you can do this. Sweet. And you know what I'll do just for fun? Okay, so you start the level, drop down here, take him out, can't get up there. We can do this, some stuff here. I might remove that altogether, that area. Then we can go up here, but we can't go up there. Ugh. Okay. We do this, that. Can drop down here. That's interesting. Oh, well, I guess you could do this. But maybe I should let the red ability cross through the wind field. Oh, that would be so sick if you could do this, this, this. Oh my gosh. I should let the red ability cross through the wind field. I should let charge go through the wind. That's cool. All right. Hey, new follower here. What's your thought on people who code their game using AI, like those 2D artist, graphic designer, solo dev that is new to game dev scene, and some of them actually managed to get their game on Steam? That's great. I don't have any problem with that. If you're making something that's like a visual novel, and you use AI to do the mechanics, more power to you. Amazing. That's fantastic. You know what I mean? It just means someone got to put their art into the game world. If someone didn't do the art and they just prompted the art, prompted the gameplay, and put the game together, man, it better be a good game, because there's going to be a lot of those coming out very soon. It's going to be a lot of prompted games. I think that's the thing to worry about the most. So... I think it's fine. The problem is there will be time where you feel like, I mean, you may get stuck And if you get stuck and Claude can't unstick you, you're going to be in a lot of trouble. That's the only thing I would be concerned about. Cool. We could even have a thing where you have to use the ability halfway down. That might be a little bit naughty. So we'll save some gameplay for later. Okay, so can we make this even narrower? Yes, I think we want to shrink all of this up. Compression is good. Smaller is better, almost always. Simplify the ideas. Why use many word when few word do trick? You haven't seen The Office? Oh, I'm stupid. I've only seen that episode like once, so I didn't even get my own reference. The meme lasted in my brain longer than the actual episode. I'm not an Office fan, I'll be honest. Might be. We could keep going. Why not compress even further? This way. Bop, bop, and then do that. Good. And then we can give this a little bit of a empty space, just like that. And then now I can bring the coins back in. Like ding, 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 like that. And ding, ding, ding. Ding, 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 ding. Ding. Just put them everywhere. A Metroidvania vertical slice, I would be concerned that it might not be able to determine what the backtracking should look like. Oh no, I missed them. That's better. Cool. No, the top company's definitely code. They're lying to you. No, they do. They definitely code. AI is not a wholesale replacement of human effort. They use AI, but they also code. You're wrong. It's okay. I have like friends that I work with that work at, well, no, I work with them. I have friends that I used to work with that work at like Atlassian. They still code. It's even written in the terms of service in Copilot if you look at Copilot, it says for entertainment purposes only. Microsoft legally doesn't have the confidence in Copilot to even have people use it professionally. That's not to say that something like Claude isn't really useful. It's just that we definitely still code. Fix that. Can I make this in one jump? You absolutely can. Not that I'll need you to do that. Hey, base code. What's up? Oh, that's not what the ensign looks like, but that's pretty cool. What's going on? Thank you so much. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I saw your message. I will read it properly after the stream and we'll have a chat. For sure. No, we're not doing AI segments. I'm not interested in it. Like, I would love for it to just disappear. And I know that it won't. And I know that that's not how life works. But like, I really just couldn't care less. If it stayed exactly as it was forever, I'd be happy. Because like, it's just useful enough to like help me accelerate what I'm already doing. I don't need it to be more than that. And the people who don't know how to code, who think this is going to just like replace engineering, I worry for them more than I feel good for them. Because I just don't see how that's going to work. There's no application. I want to be serious with this. There is no application currently except for maybe note taking where I trust AI to do anything. Like like meeting minutes. That's it. I don't trust it with image generation. Like for like maybe stock photography, maybe. That's about it. I don't trust it for logo design. I don't trust it for any design, any decision making. It's not good at that. Maybe some sort of like dashboard generation analysis stuff. I wouldn't trust it with writing emails. I wouldn't trust it with any kind of communication. I don't trust it with design. I don't really trust it with development. I read everything, every line of code that AI generates while I'm working on the project. I am reading every line and signing off on it. They have a vested interest to rely on it. And also, when you say rely, you don't know what that means. You're just saying that they use it. You don't know how much Google uses it in-house. It's a product of theirs. Of course, they want you to think that they use it. They're selling it. Of course, they want you to think that. Do you have an interest in it, Cucumber Mojito? Do you have money in AI? Have you invested in it? Everyone is a stakeholder. Are you a stakeholder financially? I need to know. If we don't agree with you in this conversation, does it hurt you in some way? Because it doesn't really matter. Well, okay, a stake and a share can be synonymous. I'm not conflating the two. You're trying to make the two more separate. So why does it matter so much to you whether or not we think that AI is so prolific already and so fit for purpose that we should just stop coding? Yeah, like, look, I'm not saying that AI can't generate a lot of code. I'm just saying a lot of the code that AI generates is garbage and shouldn't be signed off on by someone who isn't a computer engineer. I'm just surprised why people are not seeing things as they are. The thing is, this is what's happening, okay? This is what I think is happening. You're seeing this, and you're projecting this. Okay? But a lot of other people are seeing this and projecting this. And if the line for like world, earth-shattering, world is never going to be the same is up here, then this is a big gap to cross. Like, I'm not projecting anything. AI is changing the world now, literally now. I'm not talking about the future. But it's not reliable now. It's not reliable. It's not, I wouldn't bet my company on it. And I think Google is not from the perspective of we will build things better, but from the perspective of we can get other people to buy this. Google is using AI. They're treating it like a resource, like water, not like a technology. I don't think Google are like changing in a meaningful, accelerating their technology in a significant way. I think they're building a lot, and I think that they're generating a lot of, there's a lot of infrastructure being built, but it's more of a real estate thing in terms of like having the global, what's the word, stockpile of compute. But when you say safeguards, in the last 2 weeks, there have been multiple articles where people have people have reported the AI literally just ignoring the safeguards. Being like, oh, you wrote this sandbox and I'm supposed to say in it, oh, I actually, sorry about that. I wrote a Python script to get out of my sandbox to execute this code arbitrarily. So sorry. No, but developers are accountable for those mistakes. AI is not. There's a difference. Human accountability is the legal standard that the world operates on. You can't sue a computer if it deletes all your data. Who's going to want to be accountable for that? Okay. And if it deletes the backups, we've seen it. I don't need to argue about this. I'm really busy. Sorry. It's not relevant to me. I don't care to speculate. What's important to me is not productivity so much as, well, what's important to me is not generating code. What's important to me is my art. So creating my game the way that I want to create it and solving design problems the way that I want to solve them is more important to me right now than whether or not my code base could be automated. I should. Anyway, I'm going to take a quick break. We'll be back in a bit. Yo. Have you guys been arguing about AI this whole time? Jolly Wally says, would you say that programming manually helps with getting in the game design headspace? I think it does. If the game design you're talking about is mechanical, yeah. Content, potentially. Yeah, of course. Any mental work that you do will contribute for sure. Yes. It'll help get in the headspace. Do you think I should do... I'm considering doing the Assassin's Creed combat thing, the Batman Arkham Asylum thing, where enemies wait their turn before attacking you. I also think, like, do I go even tighter? I feel like I have to. I feel like everything should be smaller by another 1 block. That can't really be. That's got to be what it is. I might push this out 1 block. Maybe bring this in by 1. Any dead space in the level design is just waste. Even this, maybe? Where'd you come from? I worked with the Primogen, TJ DeVries, Low Level Learning, Trash Dev. We all sat down and we tried to make a game with AI 3 months ago. Not 3 months ago, 6 months ago. A bit longer than that. And it was somewhat functional in some ways. In other ways, it was a disaster. Yeah, we spent a whole week doing it in October. We spent 2 whole weeks doing it. Once in October and once in March last year. Now, March last year might be a bit outdated. And maybe 6 months ago is outdated too. It's possible. But I don't think that the kinds of problems we ran into will go away. At least not in the short term. The TLDR is you end up in this space where you've generated so much code that you don't understand that because it's working, right? You prompt something, build me a transform management system that handles scaling and, child and parent relationships, general transform matrix, build that. Okay, now build me this. Now add a hand of cards, you get 5 cards, and you end up getting very the code base that you understand is immediately outstripped by the amount of code that you don't understand. And the second you start to fall into design buckets that you aren't happy with, and every time you prompt, you're not getting what you want. The second you open the hood up, you go, hang on a second, how is this written? Hang on a second. Wait. What is this? What the heck? There's like all kinds of nonsense that it's like additively were accumulated over time. So like, all of us were better programmers than how we operated because we were putting no effort in because we were prompting, right? If you write the code yourself, you're responsible for the code as written. If you don't write the code yourself, you at least have to read all of it. And if you don't read all of it in service of productivity, because it's faster not to read it, well, then you're just at the mercy of whatever it writes. And because it writes so quickly, you end up with a lot of code that you don't understand very quickly. So the second you try to then assign your own accountability back onto it, you go, hang on a second, this has gone out of control. No, but it's like a foundational problem. This problem occurs on movie sets where there's no computers. This is a like directional problem. This is like I, as the director, need to be in charge of, I need to trust that all of the levels of the hierarchy in charge of delegating and deploying all of the work are aligned with the vision that I have. And there's no amount of money that you can throw at a movie to make it a good movie. It's not about how much resources you had. It's not about how many sets you can build. It's about how well the vision can be communicated through the people working. And usually the answer to that is pre-production. It's planning. It's like all the work that you would do to solve problems that fall into the design space of writing that movie or making the game. Like game design, at least in my case, in this game, the limiting factor of this game is me designing it. It's not the computer writing it. And if as someone asked earlier, does writing the code help design? It does, to the extent that sometimes as I'm writing, I'm realizing that the game has to be like this or can't be like that. So not engaging on that journey, not manually walking through the steps, is actually just making me a worse director. So you become less qualified. That's a problem. How do you fix that problem? They are worse walkers because they drive cars. But they are. Obesity has never been higher in the Western world. No, it's not that they can't, it's that they won't. It's that the forces that the aggregate forces will lead to less competence on average, because that's what the promise of the technology is, that you don't have to do it yourself. Otherwise, why would you use it at all? All right, yeah, I'm wanting to work. I'm finding myself procrastinating here. Sorry, chat. Sorry about that. Alrighty, so this is okay. This. We need a scene meta. Very good. We need, I think that's okay. We just need for this to have a teleporter on the other side of it, just like this one. All right, come on, chat. Let's do some work. So let's see if I can hook this up to this level. And then this needs to be, I don't think I set which color this has on it. I think it sets it itself, but I can check. First ability is scalability, but that's not what I'm unlocking. So if I just walk my way over here, and then I think I need to refactor these. right now it's kind of annoying because I need a second component that lives here that sits on the anvil. And then this, I think the teleporter. How did I do this? Yeah, I don't like having to figure this out every time. That sucks. This interest is connected to what? Interaction prompt. I don't know. Let's have a look. No. Someone redeemed focus mode? Did they? I didn't see it. Oh, they did. Okay. Focus mode, 5 minutes. Okay. So, I think I don't like the way that I don't have something that arbitrates whether or not we're allowed to use this crucible. If I go to the graph of like here, and I check this, we've got the anvil and we've got the anvil interest. And this is where things have started to go wrong for me, because I have cutscenes for each of these. And right now, it's the cutscenes that teleport you to the next level. So if I want to make a crucible, I have to make a cutscene every single time right now. But I feel like there should be some sort of default that just does it. So what that unfortunately might mean is that because we used crucible teleport away sequence, which lives on the teleporter, not the crucible. And I've had this problem a lot where I've got this thing, which is, it's like this, and then I've got like, let's say the anvil as like two separate things, or like this with the anvil on it, and then a separate thing which is called the teleporter, which is essentially just lives in the same spot. And the distinction between these two is that this, you know, you press M, you go to the world map, and then you press F and you go to the forge menu. But the first time you interact with these, you don't get either of these options. You get a sequence that takes you to another level. So what I've been doing is toggling this just off with a condition for having finished a cutscene that I place on top of this, so that you walk up to here, you get the cutscene activates the teleporter, and you go to the separate level. And then when you come back, it acts like this because you've already done the cutscene. But the problem is that, like, I would really want this to just live here and have this be like one thing. I suppose the alternative thing there would be I would still need a quest flag for each of these, right? Unless I have an ability. And even that is sort of like, well, nah, I think I'll just keep doing it this way. As annoying as it is, there's only like, what, 16 of these total? So I'm on the 5th one now. And if we need to really fix it, we can fix it. So how do we make sure that it works the way we want it to? Back to here. We have this anvil. And the anvil has an interest, and the interest is, I think, turned off on when we run the game. And it's turned off because there is a condition, forge condition toggles. And this is the thing that I think I want to keep. Well, I mean, I guess I would be copying it and pasting it. But now that's 3 separate components that I have to copy and paste for the thing to work. Which is, by my estimation, very awkward. So if you have unlocked it, then you should get anvil interest should be on. If you have not unlocked it, then this anvil interest should be on. And then there should be a cutscene or something. Hang on a second. Let's go to a version of this where we don't have this ability. Yeah, nothing. Now, why doesn't that... Oh, it does, okay. Yeah, so that won't work until we put a cutscene there. So, I don't really like that. But there's not really a better way to do it either. Unless I... use the one that I had before, like over here, which is now a 4th thing, which is the Armin discovers Cheverwood Forest Crucible. So this becomes the Crucible Anvil Teleporter. So then we get this, which will... Nope. Does not have requirements, which is what? Ah. Okay, well. Now we have to duplicate it. That's a 5th dependency. That's no good. And this is a sequence anyway. So actually I could just do, I don't need this. I could just go, this interest is tied to this. That might work. Player is not in expected position. It looks like they are to me, but the interest has been turned off. Well, that's no good. Forge condition toggles. Unlocked. If you have unlocked it, then... then that, but that's not what I wanted. I want the away sequence to have this interest on it. Okay, still no good. Play not unexpected position. Where is this thing? We're standing on it, and it's lit up, but the button prompt's turned off. Interaction prompt. Well, we should have a listener there, shouldn't we? Empty. This is a sequence. And its interest is this. That's the condition interactable. This is the interest. Why are you not working? Oh, it doesn't have a collider on it. What the heck? Where'd that go? That doesn't seem right either. Hey, Naib. A reliable 2D animator. You mean not in Unity? Like, I don't know. I built my own. Oh. I'm so confused by this. Oh, you can do that inside of Photoshop, can't you? But when you say animate, do you mean like what is the outside export? Are you exporting a movie file? Are you exporting just layers that you want to animate in the engine? What are you trying to create? I am so confused. Why doesn't this work? Is that really supposed to be none? And if it is, why doesn't that work over here? I mean, like, what are you making? Like, what are you trying to make? You say you want to animate, but like, what are you... For a game? None. I press play. It becomes anvil. It gets plugged in. Probably... And then that's still null. But there's a detector. And then this is a listener. Oh, I see. The listener needs to be attached. But it didn't get attached. Can I send an image link? Oh my gosh. You mean you want somebody? You want a person? An animator. Oh my god, I must be so stupid. I thought you meant like a tool. I didn't realize you meant like a person to create the animations. Oh my gosh. Sorry. I just like totally misunderstood what you were asking me. I thought you meant like this is the animator in Unity. Like, do you have a good animator? No. You just want layers, background? I think because you said reliable. In my head, reliable is like reliable software. Maybe I might have some people who could do that work for you, yeah? Hey, Shmoby. Thank you so much. So the problem is that this interest, that listener doesn't get added. And that's probably because the anvil, teleporter, away sequence, for some reason, even though we have the condition interactable set up, it doesn't want to play. Partly maybe because there isn't anything to play. But is it possible for me to just do it? I can't just play the thing, just force it. Fast travel, teleport. I can return. Why can't I go away? That's very weird. Because this is here. I'm so confused. What's wrong with this? Missing character binding for Armin. That's okay. We've got Armin dummy. I don't understand. I don't know why this isn't working. I can teleport him there. I can't make the director play. I was just about to leave the level. Okay, first of all, hey, Rui. I'm so surprised that it doesn't show up here. Well, in that case, I don't want to do this. All right, yes I do. Let's just do it. I found them in the local game dev scene and some on my Discord. Yay. I don't know why that didn't work. Why didn't that go ting? Fast travel menu isn't set up here. Okay. So we need, where is Meteor? Meteor. Pull, launch, dive, arise, charge. There isn't one. Okay, well. And it's wind tunnel. I wouldn't use Fiverr. Did we make it into the right scene? Loading scene with fade time 1. Instance SFX states. What is instance? Global audio instance. Set SFX contexts. So that the scene meta probably isn't set up correctly. So this is okay. And this is okay. I don't know. I don't think we need a context here, do we? Okay, it looks like we expect one. Well, that's not very good. This is a list. Maybe a better way to do this would be to go back, leave this as it was, leave this as it was, go to this, and then do a check here. Doesn't like that. Hey, Chartle. Those are created by myself and another developer. I didn't code this engine. No, this is Unity. I coded a lot of the tools in the engine that I use. I don't like this. Why is it doing this? I prefer that. It's not an error, it's just null. Better. Okay. So now we go from here. Very good. We do this. Still no good. Oh, build settings. Ah, that's a really good reason. That makes sense. That's the error that I expected to get. I'm like, what has Fmod got to do with like a game-breaking error? It was just getting caught first and reporting that exclusively. Very good. Very good. Cool. Wrong ability, but everything else is good. I should be able to assign... I wonder why that happened. So if I go over to this level... Ability unlock schedule. It's not War Riot, it is Meteor. Too much setup. It's way too much setup. It does need a refactor. And it's going to be really annoying for whoever has to refactor it, but it's more important now that I do it wrong than don't do it at all. Because the amount of bad that it is for being wrong is not that big of a deal. That's not right. Now I'm confused. Well, that's correct. Ah, that is wrong. Another one. That's another point. I need to write down all the things that are wrong with this, at least, so that I can track them. Okay. There's like way too many dependencies and way too many things I have to do to set it up correctly. At least it's written down. I use them for my game map. I use them for transitions. I use them as an editing tool, just for me to get around the project quicker. But also in game. Still wrong. What the heck? This teleport ability unlock state container is wrong. Maybe that's getting set by something else that's incorrect. Teleport ability unlock state container. It's still wall ride. Did I not? Oh, I did that. Not that. Okay, one more time, please. I'm begging. Like, I shouldn't have to set this up at all. I should just draw the line between the two nodes and then everything should just connect itself. Blah, 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 blah. There we go. That's what I want. Cool. Now, can I do this? I wonder if I can cheese this. I have to be so quick with that. Oh, not quite. Hang on. Wait, I might be able to just... No, I accidentally fast forwarded the game. I held the space bar, which I used to fast forward. That still works. This gives you such a small amount of extra height, but I think you can... I think you might be able to do it. All right. Hey, that was actually half decent. Hey, Rebel. It doesn't. My YouTube, the YouTube channel, I have two YouTube channels. One is a clips channel called Indie Tales Live, and that has the last like 6 months. And then I have some on my main channel from before that, but those, it's like another 3 months from last year. But in terms of actual like stored like lives from the whole game, no, because there's like 8 years of streams. So unfortunately not. I have them saved. I can load up any stream you want because I've got like 6 hard drives sitting around. Cool. So, I mean, that just added like 10 minutes of gameplay. That's good. And that's like 10 minutes there. Now I just need to add, and what's great about this is that what I love about this system, the crucibles, it's such a little tiny stroke of genius, is that if I don't want this here, I can just move it. I can just put it in a different chapter. The only problem is that now I have the enemies. Like this room would have to go. This room would have to go. But maybe that could be a heuristic that I add. Like the rooms where you get a crucible are always isolated. And the rooms next to that are always isolated. But then what they attach to is not. That's just part of the level. So then I could take these two and always put them in any chapter and it would never cause a problem. Like this room is only fully dependent on this ability. And of course, I mean, in this case, it's dependent because of the doors. Like I would have to remove these doors or change it. It's really like this moment that is like the moment in a bottle. But that's okay. Okay. So, what do I want to do now? Technically, this is playable now. I can play chapter 2 all the way through to here. So now it's the mini boss. It's the dungeon, which I'm terrified of, but maybe what we can do is focus on the dungeon from here forward. Thank you. It's a particle system is what it is. I need to use that more in the game. It's a particle system that just shoots those rays out. And it's really the level that makes it work. Like the level has so much green in it. Would I want to do something like that at like a breathe? Hey, Rebel. I would say like I could explain some of that stuff. I've got YouTube videos that are summaries of some of those things. Architectural decisions in the game development which made it easier to refactor, maintain, and test. I think that the biggest, if I could just, hey Pillmatic, congrats. I think if I could express it in like one line, it would be something like this. Emphasis on modularity is what made it easier to test more than any system. Like, yes, modularity and visibility. Like, if you have something about your game that affects its value, like, for example, I have a story in my game. The story leads the player through the levels. If I don't have a way of tracking how the player is pushed through the levels, I can't make that part of the game better. So that's visibility. And then modularity is just the idea that if you have a part of your game that is a piece of design, that piece of design should be self-contained. So in my case, it's the levels, but it can be other things. It can be expressed in a lot of different ways, but having things be modular is really important. Like all of my abilities, my state machine system is probably one of the biggest successes in this. So the game has like a lot of different systems, and the player character being one of them is extremely complicated. He's got so many different things he can do, right? He can look down, he can look up, he can run, he can walk. There's even a slower walk for cutscenes. He can jump at different heights, he can sprint, he can roll. There are things like interacting with level objects, and none of that is complicated. Incidental cutscene animations, none of it makes the game more complicated because every single one of those animations is governed by a different script that's modular. So nothing has to worry about how anything else works. Everything just works in an isolated way. And then I have a hierarchy of states that determine what we should be doing and when. So I have like a combat state tree, like a combat hierarchy. So if I'm in combat, the parent state determines which combo we're doing and that kind of thing. And that's made this game possible to make. And before I had that, I was on a path to being stuck forever. So modularity, really, really important. And what that looks like in the game is like, these are all of the behaviors. Like if I go like this and go like that, all of this, from this all the way down to here, are game objects, each containing their own script that does a different thing for the player, lets them do a different thing. And then as I go up the tree, this is determining, scripts on scripts that govern others. And it sounds really complicated, but when I'm looking at something, it's like, this is the down attack script. It just governs attacking downwards. And this is another instance of the same kind of script. This one attacks upwards, forwards, backstep. They just contain the animations and some information about how that works. Walking, it's just one script that governs walking. So if something's wrong with walking, I just fix it once. And the enemies work that way too, but they're also super reusable. So this hedgehog, it's patrolling right now. Its patrol state is the same as every other character's patrol state. It has 2 points that it walks between, and it cycles between them. So the idea of like, whenever you define anything, having that thing be its own, only reliant upon itself to do its job, basically. And if it does depend on something, it should be minimally dependent. So composition is the program paradigm. Using composition in this kind of game development, for me, extremely, extremely valuable. It took me years before I really understood how to use stuff like that. Like, and it's unfortunately me telling you this, it might help you understand the value of it, but you won't understand how to employ it until you've done it a lot. Like, I'm still learning. Like, if I'm doing something, I'm working away. Just like today, actually, I just wrote down stuff for this reason, right? I'm like, this is bad, this is bad, this is bad. Sometimes when you're working, you have to build it a bad way first, just because it's expedient. It just to get something working. And then when you feel like it's taking too long to do a specific task, that's when you go, hang on, let's put my architect hat on. Now, how do I solve this problem properly? Exactly what you guys are talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Because you won't know how to streamline it. It's almost like you need to have the need for you to write the solution. If something's chafing, that's how you know where to fix it. If it's not chafing, don't fix it. So like today, I'm like finding myself having to, every time I want to put one of these teleporters in the game, I'm like, I have to like create 5 other objects to make this object do its job. That's not right. And I have to wire them up individually every time. And there's a lot of these things in the game. There's one there, there's like 3 in this chapter. So why don't I just have this set up so that it does it? Well, you can't know that you're going to need to set it up that way until you're actually using it. And for me, and the real like mind blow moment is that you aren't the architect for the code is not the architect for the story. They're different people. They have different jobs. So today, my job is to be able to make this playable. My job is not to make this efficient. So I have to go, yes, I need to fix this, but not today. And that's okay. And it's the confidence to know that it's okay to leave something where it's at. That's like the next like mental win that you get later. And I'm just learning that, like literally today I'm learning that, like this week. Because otherwise I'd get blocked by having to make everything right. And I'd never actually make any content. Antoine, thank you so much. Thanks for the sub. Yeah, like it's an engineer's job to be a perfectionist, but it's not a producer's job to be a perfectionist. It's not the director's job to be a perfectionist. And so when you're working on a game solo, sometimes you have to be the director or the producer, not the engineer. But it's knowing when that's hard. You know, that's hard. Like, is this the point where I'm supposed to be working on this thing? Not easy to do, man. Okay, so I need to do something here that I haven't, it's like an exception in the game. There's only 4 points in the game where this happens. This is Armin gets a crystal for the first time. And the crystal has an ability separate from the ensigns. I mean, it's a crystallized ensign. So it allows you to, essentially dominate other things with your power, not just yourself. And it comes with an ability, and the ability is, in this case, launch. I'm going to call it launch. Sometimes I call it entropy. Who knows what I'll call it tomorrow. So there's a sequence here. I'll write it down in an annotation. So Armin lands in the sanctum and receives the power of the emerald, fitting it into his sword, rail, hilt. So that's something that happens. And then following that, where'd that collider go? And then following that, Armin unlocks the ability blah blah blah, which allows him to open the door. Okay. That's right. This is the one that sends the platforms up. It feels, can I just say, it feels crazy to be working on chapter 2 like this late into chapter 2. I have like a sneaking feeling that after I let the dungeon will come together very quickly, and I'll be working on chapter 3 soon. Chapter 2 will never be finished in this grey boxing phase. It won't be like finished, but it will be playable. I will be able to play it. And I don't think I'll have that much to say about it. I think it's already good. Because I have a sneaking suspicion that chapter 1 had way, way, way more constraints on it, needing it to be good, than chapter 2 does. Because chapter 1 had to teach you so much about the game in a way that chapter 2 doesn't. And I think chapter 3 is like, I'm feeling hungry to work on it. And I might actually, do you know what? There's actually no need for me to finish chapter 2, even the grey boxing now. I don't have to do that right now. I can pretty much just as long as I can like get through the gameplay, it's really, can I get through the gameplay? Like can I learn all the abilities, and can I walk through the story scenes, the main quest? If I can do that, we're good. That's a lot, but character customization, not visually, but yes, in terms of like, there is already character customization in terms of like gear. So like, so like this already exists. No, recoloring's not possible. It's not possible. Because the characters' colors aren't consistent. So I would need to be very, very, very careful about how I was going to do that. And I don't think it's possible. It's not practical to do. So you can, you can look at this and share this on Reddit. This is my build, but you won't be able to see it here. Yeah, it's not worth it. If it was a 3D game, easy. So easy. But it's not. Even if I used a recoloring shader, the colors on the character aren't close enough together across the spectrum of animations for me to be able to pick a range like this red and this red. This red isn't always, sometimes there might be parts in the game where a red that is supposed to be used for this main color is closer to this color. So that main color will be recolored as the darker color instead of the main color. Like for example, this animation is using an outdated color palette. Now, we can recolor it, that's fine, but we'd have to recolor everything really, really perfectly to do that. We'd have to use the exact same. Could you use a mask? But then you have to create the mask, which you have to do on every single frame. That's just as bad as recoloring it. Like I could sort of do it. Like the chickens use that, you know, all of the chickens in the game are the same chicken, just with a shader on them. Like this one here, these two are white, but this one is tan colored. This one's tan colored too. They're the same animation, same sprite, same everything. They just happen to have a different shader or different shader properties. So, I mean, it's the same shader. It's just like, you know, this chicken has this, which has this material on it, which has a base color, but I could make the chicken, you know, different colors. And that's not just tinting the chicken. Like now it's a brown chicken. Because look at what happens when I change this color, the top of the head doesn't change. The red crest does not change. So yes, palette swapping shaders is a thing, but very hard to do on Armin because he's got so many colors. And even like, you know, for example, his sword. That's terrible. His sword is the same color as his belt. So if you changed his sword color, you'd be changing the belt color. There's no way to separate them without a mask. That's going to take forever. So can't do that. But like I said, the lookup table would affect the sword the same way as it affected all the other gold elements on him. So it wouldn't work. Or do you mean a lookup table would work for the variances? I'm not sure about that. I haven't looked into it. All right, I gotta go. One sec. I have to put into my calendar a couple things for tomorrow. Before I sign off. All right. Thanks, pals. This was not as productive of a stream as I wanted it to be, but that's what happens when I'm very tired and we get baited by AI people. We have 225 people watching right now. What the hell happened? Where'd you all come from? Welcome, everybody. It's been a long time since I've had north of 200 people watching on Twitch. And we have 30 people watching on YouTube. We are a 250 viewer Andy. We got more viewers than iDubbbz. All right. Not that that's hard to do these days. Let's raid Booyah. He was here earlier. He's always a good guy. Thanks, everyone. I had a lot of fun. Hope you did too. Hey, if you're one of the 250 people watching right now and you haven't wishlisted Insignia, you should definitely go ahead and wishlist it right now if you're a real one. Thank you so much. We also do merch for Insignia, so that's there for you to enjoy. Thank you so much. As always, I've been Adam. You've been the Pixel Pals. This has been the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Until next time,